Oh, goodness. Well. Ah! Saturday. What a day. What a day indeed. Good grief. Oh. Uh-oh. What? There we are. Good evening. It is 7:22 p.m. Not 2 p.m. Yeah. Took just about 5 hours to get in the queue. Started queue shortly after 1 p.m. Eastern. Got in the queue at about 6:50. I was just hanging out. We were watching a Mugen Train, the Demon Slayer movie, in Discord, and I was finishing up some food. So here we are. Here we are indeed. My God, today was a day. All right. Let me make sure everything is in the right place. Let me close this. Did some more volume adjustments. Got my notes ready to go here. Next quest is called Tipping the Scale. Okay. Shall we? Oh, I don't have any salad on my face. I just put it down and then turned stream on. I felt bad. I wanted to really stick to a schedule, but as things are with a very popular game, especially right now during the launch window, not everything is going to be as smooth sailing as we might hope. So we'll definitely try, of course, for 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I will try logging in up to 2 hours early. It's going to be a weekend again, so maybe I'll try logging in and staying logged in as I wake up for breakfast. We'll see. All right. Yeah, Colin, that took me about 5 hours. Started at 1, got in at about 6:50. Mostly it was because I got 2002 errored out, but I was close to getting in, but I was not in my room, not in the studio room. I was eating at the time, and yeah, I couldn't immediately try to log back in. So I got kicked back out to like a 4,000 person queue. It was in that queue from about 2:30 until about 6:50. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it's awesome. A lot of people wanting to play right now. That's for sure. Okay. Tipping the scale. It's Zenuha has a sack of giant skull for you. Let's do it. Here you are. Sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Okay. Or we're going right back here. I thought we were going over here. All the way back. Oh, we'll just teleport then. We're then not gonna... Gotta make up some ground. What, Lodvar? Lodvar, what? There's a 19? Hi, Reformed. Are you saying there's 19 servers? It's going to be congested at first. It might even get worse next week. We'll see. This is early access, not even real launch yet. Ah, welcome back. There, I hope you have the giant skull. That is correct. Hempen sack filled the brim with chunks of the purest giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. Oh, he said Final Fantasy IX, I see. That would be 19. We are now a bun boy. And I am a bun boy now. As is noticeable here. I'm just walking around. Okay. We're just walking around.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Hello, Uncle Thancred. You may have seen me as an Aura yesterday, but alas, I am Bun.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
Oh, Astinian.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
All right, I wasn't ready for that, Orionje. Good lord.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Good grief. Boys.
The more you see and suffer life's in...
Oh, shit.
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
I was moving my mouse cord.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Nani? Confound it all, Samwise Gamgee! Have you been eavesdropping? I ain't dropping no eaves, sir, honest. What the heck? Why was Fandaniel just like peering around the rock? What a piece of shit.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
I mean...
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last.
It's the calf leather jacket.
Look, we have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
It has a Bahamut on the left chest, little flappy thing there. It's made from a material from the level 80 treasure map rooms. We farmed a bunch of them and I got lucky enough to get a couple and I made it myself. Otherwise it goes on the market board for somewhere around 1 million gil. Yeah, it's a little pricey if you don't make it yourself.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
It has a bit of a Asian like spade to it. Obviously has a bit more going on.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Yeah, wild.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
Let's go.
Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, that's fair. Well, you needn't ask. It's a little spicy.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
My button's so cute.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
He's ready to spam glare so hard.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Spoken like an actual scientist? Something like that.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Alrighty. Like, Gork, what are you on about? Can anyone translate Gorek for me? Anyone have any idea what? So this is definitely leading to the first donjon. But if I do the dungeon, I'm going to be the healer, which is strange because we have Urianger, Thancred, and Estinian. Yeah, I know. No one can translate Gorek but Gorek. Yeah, I know. Gorek's being weird. It's not rabbit hunting season. I think the volume for voice could go up a little bit. Alright, well, Tower of Zot. Sun just came up. So how is the trust gonna work if there are technically 2 healers, 1 DPS, and a tank? Am I gonna get over here and someone's gonna just suddenly show up that can also go with us? Or is Urianger now cross-jobbed? Oh, holy crap. Big, angry walrus things. There's going to be someone else on the island to do trusts with. As we'll find out, I suppose. Huh. No one else is here. The satrap has granted us to use his boat. May it serve you well. Alright, Nidhana. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Maybe Nidhana is a DPS. Just walks around just slamming things. The big elephant fists.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
What?
It's working. And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Headed with the nod. Who's driving this boat? What the hell? The boat's just... They just pushed the boat in the direction of the tower and said, there you go. God, my glam right now is so good.
Far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Pressing your luck there, Nidhana.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
But I'm playing a Final Fantasy game.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
And scene. Damn it. I hate it when I'm right. What the heck? The inside of this thing is terrifying. What the frick? Ooh. It's like the Matrix, only elephant people. And way more fleshy. Oh, Fandaniel.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this. Please.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
I said the same thing.
My, such hostility. Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old? Question mark? Ah! Alright, dickhead.
Allow me to tell you a story.
Oh boy.
Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Ascian.
Here we go.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
Theoretically speaking?
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Ascians are weird.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Is an entire zone of them floating in the sky? Yes.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Oh, of course.
At your service.
Well.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity.
You didn't know his voice beforehand, though.
Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Wow. So, I mean, we knew Allegans were dicks, but...
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Really?
Just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon.
But how... But, like... But my brain. I guess I don't know the connection between the Allegans and Ascians. Is the timeline goes back that far that they? But how? But
no matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
Also, hearing the Zonde clone talk is a bit weird.
In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting.
Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
I mean, the perspective makes sense here because at least the body that Emmett Selk is in as just a regular Ascian is shorter because the Allagan Donguses were huge. Like, because you fight Amon in the Circus Tower. He's the boss. They have to hide behind the little ice blocky things. Although that's not him anymore because what the Crystal Tower is showing us when we go into it is just not... It's not real exactly because it's technically happening in real time. And this was like a long time ago. But Amon's tall. He's a big boy. And the vision we're having from him looking down. But yeah, post-sundering, which means that the unsundered Ascians then, when they were all going about to different worlds... Oh, but freaking... Yeah, okay.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
Yeah. The Zonde clones.
See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
That's spoken from an Allagan perspective, though. Their technology let them live so much longer. How long was that echo? Because usually the echoes happen in like... us seeing echoes play out in the game takes a while. But to our actual character, echoes are similar to what they are in the Shadowbringers trailer, where they're just like... Everything happens super fast.
Easily distracted. Why? I almost left without saying farewell.
Why are you still using Asai's voice then?
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals.
Yes.
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Oh, don't bring up... That was a weird camera move. It cut like a half a second too early there. Is it dungeon time? I think it might be dungeon time. I need another DPS though. Who's gonna just pop up out of nowhere and be like, I'm a DPS? Need some dungeon time action? Oh, you returned, but where is Mistress Nidhana? Nidhana. Monsuya Preserve. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at months. At months? At once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. I'm just gonna teleport. I know what game I'm playing. This was the cutscene that Bob saw last night where his brain exploded all over Discord and it was gross. What the heck? Are those a sage version of the sage weapons? Those look freaking weird. What the heck? How do they sheath? Oh, they are just little floaty zappy doos. That's weird. They're not always like the little dagger opinion things. Okay. Something gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? A blebbidy-splay. So it was FinDaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Dinhana and the other captives. You think? The satrap of Radz-at-Han. So we're gonna go get help and stuff and then go into the dungeon, I guess. Tancred is wearing a grim expression. Destora, that was like 2 minutes ago. The stream delay is like 12 seconds. What the hell are you doing? What? What the heck? Yes, is bun. With like the dark purple hair and the like dark blue highlights so it doesn't fade into nothingness. And green eyes, because I have green eyes, so obviously. Alright, notes taken. Let's go. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, and Hana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Sure. Yeah. Oh, Nidhana. Sob. You didn't finish your HTML code there, buddy. You need to close the bracket as well. Unless you're just not going to stop. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Kinda. She's a goo battery now. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. Well, get down on one knee and start crafting. Also, look at those shoes. You see those shoes? Holy shit, nice. I'm wearing boots with 5 belts on them. Because you can't only have a couple of belts on your boots. You need multiple. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. Okay. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creations. This fact came to the satrap's attention. In recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues for collaboration. Like getting me another DPS for this trust dungeon we're about to do? And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radz-at-Han for our audience with His Excellency? Maybe. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled? Let's come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. But what the heck? No, I'm not. I'm checking my stream stuff right now. Let me see. The live latency says 8.5 seconds. So how is the store talking to me from the past? Is it Fridix? Hi, Fridix. Hello. I'm just trying to understand why Destora is so behind. I don't think he's live. I don't know what happened there. That's super weird. Yeah, I have like 8.5 seconds of delay right now. Because I wanted the higher quality option. What the heck? Are those also... What the heck? Sages, depending on their... Oh, what are they called again? I typed it in Discord last night. Probably been pushed away by all the memes. They're called Newliths. The sage weapons. But depending on different animations for them, or the and models of them, they have different sheaths. That's pretty wild. That's really cool. Huh. Because the other ones were in like a pattern, like a little hexagon pattern on the other character's back. And these are just 1, 2, 3, 4 down their back. Huh. Interesting, because no one else really has any different type of sheathing. Or it could be because they're a smaller character, maybe? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know. Destora's thing may be behind. Okay, let's head to Radz-at-Han. We got to ride all the way up there. I did have a different setting turned on, which was the DVR setting, which adds additional latency because it allows people to pause and then start without losing their place. But I did turn that off because that isn't incredibly necessary. That may have what caused it. If you now refresh the stream, you should be within the 8 seconds. Oh no, Destora's just being a dingus. Oh, all right. Cool. Thanks, Destora. You little shit biscuit. Actually, who am I kidding? You're an entire sleeve of shit biscuits. You're not just one. I don't know. I got nothing. Oh, there's that hunt mob. It's way up here right now. It was way down, like, on the road. Kind of like blocking your path. I don't know if a level 90 mob would just completely destroy my character, but don't want to find out. level skilling in this game is pretty strict. You're the entire pallet that's delivered to the store of shit biscuits? The entire pallet. All right, well. Okay. This big vista is chewing up some frames right now. I'm watching. Unfortunately. Okay. There's Thancred. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits. That though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Thank you, Dragon Batman. All present, let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Alrighty then, which means cutscene where I can't walk around.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
My eyes? Emmett, please?
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Hey, it's the treasure dungeon.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
I love all the painted rock, which I guess as it's just different color, it's dyed clay to make the bricks.
Here
If it was
we
real.
are. Megaduta.
Megaduta. It just looks so neat against the brown ground.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, It would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Indeed.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Oh, it's just the dude. It's not an elephant man.
Splendid. Most splendid.
It's an Al Ra dude. I see.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radz-at-Han.
He has a scale mustache. Nice.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
Indeed.
Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Let's be specific. With His Excellency.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Uh-oh. Ah, Estinian knows something. Is this guy a fake? Is this like a Wizard of Oz thing? Pay no mind to the man behind the curtain?
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Ah, and see? Little Wizard of Oz?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Hi, D. You seem to be Darius here. You're no longer D111-975. Hello.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Dude, it's totally a Wizard of Oz reference. Let's actually go. Oh, I'm a film nerd. Oh, man. That's too good. The moment we came into this room and there was the giant tapestry in the back, like the huge cloaked backdrop. And then once Estinian says, not like no more, like that, that's really cool. Yep. As you can tell, it's not the wall.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
This big elephant. Oh, is dragon.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Oh.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Freaking what? So hold, but okay. But that means, huh?
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Yeah, there were other members. How many of the First Brood are there? Because Hraesvelgar talks briefly about his siblings, but never really named them. Either because that story wasn't done yet, or because they weren't ready, but they just wanted to sort of hint at it. I mean, yeah, sure. In Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain was the same as the one in front, but obviously quite a bit differently shown. It wasn't a dragon, but a Wizard of Oz type reveal in Final Fantasy XIV involves a dragon.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's former spawn, I was last to hatch.
The last of Midgard Stormers, okay. Huh. Wow.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radz-at-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively.
Very cool.
In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vritra, and Vritra alone.
Fair.
In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vritra with reverence and respect.
Yeah, you gotta pronounce Akasodra with that DR accent. Otherwise, it's just such a flat word, and it's definitely not spoken exactly phonetically as it's spelt. Definitely a tough one. There's a lot of words the other day when we were streaming this at the start of the service coming up. It's like 4 to 5 a.m. It's like too many SAT words right now.
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
So of the first broods then, so I mean, we know what happened to Bahamut. Tiamat is free. Hraesvelgar is at the big dragon temple. Nidhogg is where Nidhogg, well, what's left of Nidhogg. Ratatoskr is dead, right? That's one of the ones that's died. I don't know anything. Do we know anything about Azdaja? And obviously we've just met Vritra right here. I can't remember all the dragon lore. So many characters in this game.
Marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vritra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict.
There was like a microphone change there?
A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz-at-Han.
There was pickup VO there. They added more dialogue or more story. Because there's 2 different recording sessions we just listened to. That's just, I mean, that's pickups happen in video games all the time for heavily acted games, just like they are in movies. That's just funny. Yeah, that's what, okay. That's definitely the one we have no idea.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
a charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
And I would imagine keeping a dragon safe is also helpful.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here,
Yeah?
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Hmm.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh."
Oh, no way. Is he like a... Oh. Is Vritra a familiar?
"The body before thee is but a simulacrum,
Yeah.
constructed by the finest artisans of Radz-at-Han.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
The very bright red with the red outline. Once you see Vritra's, the red eyes. Yep. That's cool.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Yeah, there was that moment where Estinian was uneasy when he first met Vritra. Okay. It's all coming up Millhouse.
"I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses.
Well,
though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warmblood."
Yeah. Estinian's essentially a mutant at this point.
"From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bear his fangs.
Yeah.
That is all I need know of thee for now."
Yep, the red and the red. That's really cool. That's a cool reveal.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz-at-Han.
Okay. He is also not sitting on like any gold and or riches. Definitely different dragon lore for Final Fantasy XIV dragons. Or just Final Fantasy dragons in general.
With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Correct. I need another DPS. Are you gonna come with us?
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Paddlethan and Cartanau, I am told.
That's correct.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Mm-hmm.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Aha.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I really like the order that I did this. I feel like if I came out here and you do the Radz-at-Han branch first, and you find out about Vritra and this whole thing, and then go back to be study buddies and read books, the tempo, it would be so like, oh. Because the stuff you do in that leads to some cool stuff, but all of it, you would have known this whole time that there's a dragon just hanging out, one of the great worms. And all the time, you'd be just hanging out with Cryo and Alpha Toad and Alley Toad and like hopping around. It feels like now going back with that story beat done, now you're like, okay, let's go. Because if you did the other way around, it would be really weird. Like, you'd be like waiting this whole time and you'd be like, there's a dragon. But yes, Y'shtola, turn us into frogs. Oh, man. That's very cool. Holy shit.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Oh. I mean, it makes more sense to stay in Sharlayan when you get the branch, but you don't have to, obviously. Ooh.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz-at-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Anyone else see the bromance forming right there? Anyone else? Just me? Was it just me? Anyone else? Good grief. There's a chocobo in the way. That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn. We now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. Well, we can't attune to Radz-at-Han yet. Yeah, we can't go in. Because, you know. There's not even like a... The gate's not even closed. Nothing subtle about it. It's just like, this is a GM wall. Because you haven't progressed the story. Yeah, he means like the great work and Yedlimad, I would assume. That was cool. Good grief. What the heck? Holy poopy poopy pants. Oh, where are we going? Others. Old Sharlayan. Right? The main hall? Yeah, we're back in the... Next to the nap room. Still got some blue quests to unlock in the city here. I ran around and uncovered everything in the other two zones so far and got all the Aetherites that I could. Did a bunch of XP grinding yesterday. Got my Astro up to 81. Got Gunbreaker to... it was so dumb. The XP needed is so incredibly low. It could be like a Fate and Ding. Just trying to keep some parity with some of the classes. Hello, Ojuka. Am I ready for a nap? No. We have to finish this quest. This one's still open. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't attune to Aetheryte immediately? Hello, friends. I see you're standing in a Final Fantasy XIV friend circle. Wonderful how a garment given in love so easily changed one's whole outlook. Oh, these are the same dialogue pieces, and it just plops the other NPCs right here. Yep. All right, let's initiate friend circle formation. Alpha 2, Bravo, let's do it. Vritra and the alchemists have prepared for us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That Akasodra languish in Telophoroi chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavnair who will be summoned to thwart us. Urianger, you know what? Never change, bro. Never change.
The conflict between Nidhogg and I was in the past, and though they were brothers, it was no bearing on my view of Vritra. Above all else, he is the leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will.
Thank you, Dragon Batman. Just as I was getting used to the balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take her on to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. I returned by way of Kite's experimental Aetheryte, yet I must say it was far less taxing than our first attempt, and apparently we need only ask if we wish to use it again. Now, I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience, but if you're willing to test your ethereal fortitude for the sake of technological advancement, then who am I to stop you? Will that ever come into play in the story again? I'm sure. Just getting my notes set up and the footage all moved over. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. That was chapter 10 of recordings. All right, what's next? In the dark of the tower. It might be dungeon time. It may, in fact, be dungeon time. Let's see here. My head was itchy under the headband. Okay. My hair like sticks out on the side because my headphones push it. It's so stupid. Calm down. All right, sure, why not? There we go. Much better. Let me see if I want to find anything different to say. Probably not. Nope. Okay. In the dark of the tower, Kryl glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? I feel like one is a little more shock value than the other, but yes, please let us discuss. That's what I thought. I was like, wait, are we gonna like walk around and talk? It's gonna be like anime cutscene, 2 seconds of talking footage, and then everyone's caught up.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vritra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
Of course, Master Mother Matoya is gonna know about the ethereal sea connection. Why wouldn't she? She's like 900 bajillion years old.
Even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
Indeed.
What does it tell us that the spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
Well, then I'll just plummet dozens of stories down to the ground and explode in a goo blob. So we need a really big trampoline. Got it.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself.
Wait. Did Graha just say the black mage is good at healing people? I guess ethereal manipulation in that regard would eventually lead to some of that, but I do believe she do be black mage.
The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphino is in the right group? Oh, what of Alice? She knows a healing spell or two. Aren't you forgetting someone? She was a conjurer in ARR. It's true. She didn't start as a thaumaturge. Yeah. Which I don't know if that was a decision made... like, it was just like, that was how she was. And then all of a sudden, she was just like black mage instead of going white mage. I wonder if that was just a story decision made early on. I don't know how that changed, but she definitely was, yeah. I mean, I'm going to poke fun at Alize because it's funny.
That she does. But I think Alize herself would assert that she's at her best when she's charging onto the breach.
Yeah, she'll do either DPS for sure.
And from what I recall from the Grand Cosmos, there's a spring in her step when she fights by your side.
Ye gods, will you never let me hear the end of that? Rest assured that I will do what is asked of me, regardless of who I happen to be standing next to at any given time.
That's great.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radz-at-Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
It is dungeon time. I do wonder, there was that, I mean, it's probably just like admiration and respect and that kind of stuff. But it would be interesting if there was some deeper story building there. I don't know if they would ever force your character into like a one-way relationship that you didn't have any like control over. There's no like relationship system in this game. Speak with Nabdeen at the hatchery. Indeed. But first, what's up, Teddy? Yep. Definitely a bun boy now. Pardon the much lower FPS while loading entire city full of... You can see how many people are currently in your lair at the Aetherite. We'll go look in a second. Let's see. Let's finish these up. Sure. We're sending out the big ventures now. I still isn't a ding. So one more is a level up. Okay. All the Allegan silver pieces. Let's say people are in this current shard. I think they cap out at like 200. More than that, actually. We're in shard 2. No, I'm in 1. So maybe they cap out at 300. These are the different instances of Old Charlian that are currently spun up. But 281 people as I clicked on the Aetherite and 261 on the other one. So I'm not sure if it breaks 300, does it make a new one? But lots of people. Because my frame rate gets destroyed in here. Yeah, we're 40-ish, 45. 40 if I look that way. It's too much city, too many peoples. I didn't try this yet. Can you actually teleport to... Interesting. So you can... Oh, there's no Aetherite actually here. So yeah, that's new. You can teleport to like entrances and exits of zones now. That is really neat. I have to teleport back to Where we're going now, though. Great Work is the closest. Oh, I'm in the third layer of... Yeah, look at this. Oh, I have to go way over to the Archean. I'm in layer 3 of Labyrinthos right now. How many people are in Labyrinthos? Interesting. So way less than would be in Charlian. I guess because less density here because it's a questing area, and for like mob density and spawning things in, less. There's a lower cap on people. Maybe. Maybe. Alrighty, up the coast we go then. Normal mount speed because we didn't pay to win. Yeah, the nearest one is way over here. Yeah, it's somewhere in the Shroud of the Smanga. Alrighty then. So it looks like it'll be Thancred tanking. I'll be healing. And our DPS will be Estinian and Alize. Someone just whispered me. Is it on the stream, or was it the person following me? It may have been the person that was running behind me, but they whispered me and said, I envy that cute glam. Unless it's someone from the stream. I don't know. But I mean, it's Yorha pants. And these are the Strife gloves, I think. Yeah, Strife gloves, because they're matted. And then the calf leather jacket. The calfskin rider's jacket, whatever. No hat, because M-bun. And then these are the Neo-ish Guardian boots. I did see there's a very similar one that uses the pants, the boots, and the jacket on the Eorzea collection. But they use different gloves. They use some fingerless gloves. But I like the jet black gloves instead. Which is why I need to dye the calf leather jacket is actually the not Mog Station black. So it's like a little more grayish. So they don't really match when you look really closely at them. But all the jet black dye that I get from venture coffers I sell. I have sold 5 now, I think, as they go for almost 400,000 gil each. So yeah. Wait, but 1010 glam, not enough skin showing, says Distora? Yeah, okay. Did you mean? Oh, you minus 10 out of 10. Shut up, dickhead. Ah, our friend of Eorzea. A friend of, not from? I'm, sure, whatever. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Until then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Oh, there's Yuna. Big Yuna transmog or glam coming in right there. It's gonna take a while to stop saying transmog and just say glam. That's what they're called in this. That bun is ready for action. That Reaper is staring straight down at the ground. Look at their neck. It's like a 90-degree angle. Ugh! Bum, 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 bum. Rum, bum, 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 bum. Look at those boots. Ugh. If this is the future of Aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Hey, no warning. How empathetic. Could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. Oh, yeah, because it makes you puke your guts out. It's Dragon Boy. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. Oh, Krau's got her little staff. She only ever has that so often. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Just a nod, that's it. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Hit him with the... Yeah, the word transmog was definitely made up. I think it was the first in World of Warcraft, though, right? But it is, because now even Destiny 2 has a transmog system. They don't call it that, though. They all try to make up their own name just because of, you know, property identity and that kind of stuff. But our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. Been waiting for this day. I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know. Or in that case, they're all yours from now on. Sassy to Thancred? Sassy to Thancred. I'm feeling it. No, we'll be all about team friendship scions. Because I don't know if Thancred's gonna die. So let's not. Been waiting for this day. So have we, my friend. So have we. Duh. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Yes, we've seen this before. Bay and his band will break through the tower's defenses to locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want the healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnairian myth. As we had no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. The people of Thavnair, Nair, the hair removal product, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. And Astinian's just standing with his arms crossed, as he like to do. Tower of Zot. Bing, bang, boom, baby. Let's do it. Oh, we got some higher stubble coming in. Okay, yep. That's pretty good. This is the closest I've ever been to one of the towers. Such a sinister aura it exudes. It's been a while since I last took to the field, and I can't help but feel nervous, but with everyone at my side, I'm sure all will be well. Lest you worry, I've not forgotten my healing spells. Be it restoration or destruction, this sorceress can command whatever magic the situation requires. Well, but in Trust, you're only a black mage, though. Like, we can't take you as a healer or a DPS. Not like Graha, who can do DPS, tanking, and healing because he's just OP. Aside from primals within the tower, we shall, for a certainty, encounter enthralled Imperial soldiers, defenders conveyed hither by means unknown, who will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. Though our parties are separate, I will trust in you, as I know you will trust in me. Let us both give it our all and add another rousing chapter to this saga. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I am a healer through and through. Yet in knowing who once wore the sage's mantle, I wonder, when all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I choose to fight with pride? My warding scale is safely tucked away. I'm ready when you are. I may not be the Azure Dragoon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee that I'll give it as good as I get. First, this armor, blessed with Radz-at-Han's power, and now Vritra's scale, much has changed for dragons to show me such favor. My brain wanted to say dragoons for a moment, but there's only one O. Now with Nidhogg with me in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. Yeah, Estidian's getting pretty powerful. He has one Great Worm's dragon blessed armor. He now has a warding scale of another Great Worm. He basically bonded, melded, and mutated with another Great Worm. Yeah. But what's his power level, though? With Y'shtola keeping them company, the other party will be able to hold their own against the enemy if needs be, so we can tackle our own tasks without worrying over them. Come, let us be about it. All right. Alizé? Let's do this thing. Yeah, pretty much that. It's all our options, unless I went to DPS, but I can't. It'd be 81 to do this, I assume? Yeah, level 81.
Right then.
My turn!
Let's give it our all.
Dude, Estidian is so ready to go. Look.
Right then.
Oh my god. He is medieval elf dragoon Batman. Oh man. Also, the little icons for like DPS and tank down here are really small. Oh, they're so tiny. Oh, let's do it. Le Tower of Zot. What the hell? Full party engaged. I'll pop a battle manual too. Why not? I got freaking 32 of them. Let's do this thing. All yours, Thancred. What spell is that? Is that... Wait, why is... Oh, Graha's white maging up right now. What the hell? Arrow 3? Graha, you cheater? Actually, that might be Y'shtola. I assume that's Y'shtola. But that weird, crazy, like, arcane one. What the heck was that? Is that Urianger's thing? Zot Armored Fiend. Yeah, because it's a constellation, so... It's gotta be stunned? Have to find out. He can be. Oh, you think it's Kryle's little purple constellation? No, she's casting stone. I don't know. I feel like it would be Urianger's or Y'shtola's. We haven't seen... Whoa. Oh, that's the sisters. Oh, that looked really weird, but okay. See ya, team. That was super awkward. I think Kryle's model didn't jump. It just kind of fell. Oh, that's too good. Oh, the arrow dot. Oh, yeah, that could be Kryle's. I don't know who's that. The big constellation attack. I'm not sure. Well, what's Justinian attacking? This one? Seem to be attacking the left target. Alize almost just freaking jumped off this platform. See that? When she did her red mage disengage, she flew so far back off the corner. I wonder, hold on, I'm gonna turn on I wonder if ACT works in Trust. Like, does it show what damage our friends are doing? We'll find out. Their armored fiend here. It does not seem to work. Unless ACT is currently not working at all. It may not work in Trust dungeons. Alize! So silly. She gets so close because the angle she's standing. They're just leaping off the entire weird cord vertebrae spine thing. Alright, this is the first sister. Mindaruva. Unless it's all three of them, I don't know. Tank Buster on Thancred. He just cast Heart of Stone. Oh no, actually he cast just friggin' Nebula. Big Blizzard Energy. We got a Soakin' Bop coming in.
Underestimate me.
Little sloppy action coming in.
My turn.
Is that a don't let the orb get there thing? I don't know. It gets there and then... okay. I don't know. Just shows you where it's going and then it radiates out from it, I guess.
You're mine.
So then it'll go out from the arrows. Oh, there's two. Okay. Oh, the element of it. Okay. It radiates her ability from that position. Cool. Well, she just hits people with random spells. Nothing for a good while there. So it's frost then poison? No, not frost, because she just did frost. That's the fire? Oh, it's just that one again. Oh, that one is weird. Maybe it's when she casts it. I have to pay attention to the name of the spell.
My turn. You're mine.
Well, she puts like all three debuffs out. There's lightning, fire, and frost. Hey, what a bop. Yep, she goes away. Okay. I know a little bit about this dungeon because I saw some media tour coverage. Big 382,000 XP. Just a little shy of an MSQ quest. Oh, tempered Imperials. Oh, but they're all gooey. They're like Chaos Spawn.
You're mine.
As with pretty standard trust AI, they don't really AoE. Don't know why they don't AoE. I mean, technically the combo that Alizé is about to do should.
This will hurt.
Oh yeah, I probably should do this too. Do they count as other? I wonder if that'll work. What the frick? What's this thing? Ew. Yeah, okay, so they count as party. Obviously, I didn't know if they count as other because they're trust. And I can see all their spell effects. Those are gross. Just hideous. What the heck? Ew. There wasn't a chest back there, was there? Nope. Oh, one of these weird beast things. A Garlean hyper-tuned, as it were. A little bit of an ouch there. Oh, they all went to attack the Deathclaw, even though I pulled the big boy. There is a command you can use for them, right?
You underestimate me.
Well, squadrons have commands, but I don't think trusts do. Oh.
You're mine.
Big Estinian energy. Oh, that wall crack open? Yeah. What's the starting eye level? 520 starting eye level? Good grief. Wow.
Prepare yourself.
More Garlean stuff in the next tunnel. Alisaie's doing her melee combo. Here comes the big flare. There we go. Bam, bam. I wonder if the changes to like Red Mage and Dragoon, like, do they also affect the trust NPCs? Like, does the Red Mage end combo also AoE for Alisaie? Considering AoEs for real, you know, player Red Mages. I'm not sure.
You underestimate me.
Oh, I think that Dragoon AoE hit everything.
You're mine.
I do only seem to say a few things, though. You underestimate me, and you're mine. Very ominous. All the weird elephant. There's also so many of them. It didn't really put much perspective to the elephant people being kidnapped were in the literal hundreds, it would seem. Ah. Sandaruva. Indeed. Oh, sure. Opening with the LB. There you go. Thanks, Alize. Alright, big tank buster. Really fast line nukes. Okay. Did Alize really get hit by that?
You underestimate me.
I think she did. These are going to explode. Oh, much larger than that. Okay. Oh, you definitely need lots of people to summon primals, but it didn't feel like there was that many people that had been kidnapped yet. But that's like an entire... Okay, so she tops time. Oh, Thancred healed me. He put his... Oh, that's funny. So everyone just gets hit, I guess. That's fine. The one not dancing, I guess? Yeah, okay.
Try and stop it.
Just Estinian doing Estinian things. This is the... Yeah, you're frozen. So how do you...
I have you now.
I'm getting frozen now. You don't want to be lined up with other people to get hit multiple times, I guess? Okay.
You underestimate me.
Big flare. Also that... What's the new... Oh. So it's always the one not dancing?
All or nothing.
Oh. Big dive from Estinian right there. I don't have a Dragoon. I don't know what the ability names are called. Look at all this aiming gear I've gotten. I don't need it, but Oh, we're outside. Well, that looks kind of like what Urianger was talking about. But if this is the core that keeps the tower working, and the tower is then summoned by magic, how did the core get there? It's a very chicken and the egg kind of question. And yeah, well, magic also summoned that. Well, then why does the rest of the tower need it? Get him, Estinian. Hit him with the pointy end. What the heck? They want to attack this one next. Yeah, I think I must have hit both of them. That end attack red mage AoE cone push thing. Our red mage is only like 53. Yeah, so I'm not there yet. No one of these guys. Oh, that chest dropped another piece of aiming that I already have in my inventory. I need you to pop a cooldown there, Thancred. Indeed. I mean, he cast Aurora on himself. That's it. Shkablam. All this aiming gear. Big 10k glare crits. That's unfun. I do seem to have a bit of a different mana problem now, which is strange. Is it because like different piety scaling or something? Like I'm mostly just hitting glare and cross downing. I don't know why it feels like I'm running out of mana a little faster than I used to. I don't think it's gonna matter a whole lot.
You're mine.
That makes no sense to Stora, but okay. Get him, Alizé. Just don't disengage off the platform this time. Squiggle. Both my DPS stood in that one. This Zot rotor is much chunkier than the ones from that earlier dungeon.
You underestimate me!
Is that a cooldown you just popped, Justinian? Yeah, a bunch of War Machina up here. Oh, I freaking... There's a goddamn tank! There's a freaking spider tank! Is it gonna be some somewhat nasty pulls if you just pull all of the robots? It's a full-fledged spider tank. They do look a little bit out of place here, but like I know they're tempered Garleans here, but I don't think spider tanks or Magitech Colossus armor has people in it. So how are these tempered?
My turn.
Didn't know tempering could temper robots. Maybe there are Garleans piloting them? Like, I don't know. We've never seen that really before in the game. Yeah, I think I just have less effective piety regeneration. I'm using a lot of free spells right now, and I'm still... Yeah. Okay, so there's the last sister. Very yellow. Incredibly yellow. Harbingers elect. Okay. I assume it's we fight one while the other two are jumping around doing stuff. Bum 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 bum. Cinderuva. There, Thancred. triangle in the middle of the floor. Wonder if that would come into play. Wow, Cinderuva is a white mage. She just cast a size on my whole party. Oh, they're the other ones. I wonder if DPS in them doesn't do anything. Glacial ice. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, other side of the room. Okay. Ow.
Let's give him a shot.
Tank Buster, please don't stand by my Tank Buster tank. Big Tank Buster energy. I hope they share HP. That could be it.
This will hurt.
They definitely don't. This is Insatiable Flame. You know, the fire is the middle stack thing. Okay. Big Bahamut energy. Oh, that's hitting me. That's stack and then spread out. All right, yep. Stack of Vol.
This will hurt.
Yeah, they have different HP pools.
I have you now.
Join with me, she says. Thunderous Tempest. This is all the circles, yep.
I have you now. You underestimate me.
Tank Buster? Okay, it doesn't AoE. Trying to focus down Cinderuva first. Oh, they all put all their dots on us. Still. This is Glacial Ice again.
With heart and steel.
All or nothing.
That's Cinderuva down. I don't know if they have the same HP or not. I wonder if there's like a better kill order. Those dots, yeah, almost looks like Mindaruva is the one that does the most disruptive damage because of all her dots. But that'd be the one you should maybe kill first. I don't know. Very cool. Sad bun. Contemplative bun. Glare 3? Holy 3? I don't know how that makes any sense because it was Glare 1 and Holy 1 and now they're 3 and 3. Looking different. It actually is less blinding? Excuse me. Nope. Chwa. I wonder if they took the feedback about holy being pretty blinding. I mean, if you're like right here on top of the flower, but since it disperses at a different rate, it's not a giant globe of white bursting light. Also, 1.7 million XP from just defeating the last boss. The new glare looks real good. Okay, we gotta see if they have anything to say. From what I can tell, the summonings appear to be over. They were nimble fighters, I'll give them that. It seems to have been the last, or the limit of the tower's defenses. Dude, this new holy, though. They're getting more of the lily motifs. Do they also blow up at different intervals? Like the rings. No, it looks like it's the same. They're based on my positioning. I thought they blew up and animated slightly differently each time. That's still cool. Still cool. Very neat. Oh, look. Oh, I got a necklace I don't need. Oh, that's actually kind of neat. It's like a dragon wrapping around your neck. Huh. Not a whole lot of actual texture work on it because it's just green gear. Why did I get a freaking... Why did I get a red mage stick? Oh, it's like a weird, evil, purple butterfly thing. Oh, I got a red mage stick for my last piece of loot. Well, my guaranteed loot was the necklace. Because when you do a dungeon, you get one piece of loot you can use, and the rest is all random. That's a terrible noise. Just awful. Alright, let's finish this up. Oh, right into the cutscene. Yeah.
Is everyone all right?
Yes.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
How did Kryl just pronounce that word? Kryl. Oh, what? What?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
Yep.
This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it.
Because funneling it elsewhere.
'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Oh.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Wait, are they feeding on Aether to give it to Anima? It'd be cool to get like Y'shtola vision sometimes. That'd be cool. Yeah.
A man's limb.
Well,
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Ladies and gentlemen, Estinian. What a dork.
And that should be the end of it.
Well, now the tower will collapse. Oh, Krell falls over.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Even part of the tower's stuff looks bone-like.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves.
Yeah, did we not?
I pray I'm not too late.
Graha big teleport spell? Yeah, kinda. Oh, just like plopped on the beach. Oh, how many elephants there are. Good lord.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
Mm-hmm.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
It's that blink teleport spell that Graha... Well...
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Oh, the levitate... Okay. Because in Shadowbringers, there was something that... akin more to teleportation, but... That's a lot of elephant folk.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
Yeah.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Good cat boy.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Yay, Angelo.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
They're like hundreds.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions!
It's Dragon Boy.
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
There she is. Very cool, very cool. Big XP. Just hilarious. It was actually closer to like 1.9 million with the first time completion bonus. Bigly XP. Yeah, pray that he return to the waking sands. Shut up, Teddy. Go to bed. Oh, wait, sorry.
Woo, carrying all those Matangana may have been a true struggle.
Indeed. What the... what? That hat. Where's everyone else? Look at this freaking Lalafell on the tiny bike. This is Thancred and Astinian? Where's everyone else? What the heck? Hello? Everyone was just gone. Alright. The liberated prisoners have been transported to Radz-at-Han for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've... Hello, Giant Phoenix. Yes. We'll go join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Well, that's that. Now enter the Tower of Zot with the party of NPC avatars. Yep. That is the trust system. All right, let me log this footage away. Hello, Ari. Yo, Harry, I was in the crazy Q boss today trying to get into play 14. I was playing some TFT. Then we watched the Mugen Train movie, the Demon Slayer movie. But yeah, as all things go in that game, I had 6 twin shot with the twin shot perk that makes their shots ricochet for 45% of the damage, and I even had an eye edge jinx. Doesn't matter, still lost. I kind of think twin shot is bad, unless you get some like ridiculous items on every twin shot, because I just died. And the game, of course, I lost was to an Arcanist Vex who just stood there and soaked 3 or 4 people attacking her all at the same time. Because obviously. I also played another game where I was playing lose on purpose to get all the carousels to make a scholar assassin build. And I made it. Got to 4 assassin, 4 scholar, because I got the +2 scholar gizmo. And I was on 1 health at the end. Got all the way to a 1v1. Got the other guy down to like 30-ish health. But then, because of random targeting, my assassins jumped on not what they needed to, and the enemy team's carry just killed everyone on my team. It was cool, though. That was a fun match. Second place on that with 1 HP. I was close to winning. That was good, but the 6 twin shot game made me really... That got me a little frustrated, considering I had done... I had done pretty well that game. Also, what the heck is this hat? Yeah, funnel all items to Cogmog, get tier 3 Cog or quit. Yeah, I had I tried to almost give a weapon or two to all the twin shots, so they all brought something. It does do kind of seem like it's just, it's like what, blue buff? Is it blue buff, Morello, and maybe a Rage Blade for Kog'Maw? So basically he almost constantly stays in doing HP damage. His HP damage then also does true damage, and he attacks faster and faster and faster. Something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it does seem like a protect the Kog'Maw style comp for sure. I wanted to save items for Jinx because I had splashed sister so that she gets the crazy buff. Doesn't matter. Double Rage Blade crit item. Double Rage Blade, but his base damage is so low. All of his damage is in his when his ability activates, because he just does percentage health damage. So that would mean he would do base damage, percentage health damage, and true damage if you give him a Morello's. I don't know. You don't really know you're a virgin?
Yeah, you know what? That checks out. That checks out, yeah.
All right. Why is... Oh. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Part 1. Part 1. They're just... So the next Miles Morales Spider-Verse movie comes out October 2022. It's also not always about the money, Spider-Man. What the heck? All right, next chunk. Let me get my, what's the name of this quest? Let's see. The Jewel of Thavnair. All right. The Jewel of Thavnair. Real quick, let me see if Estini has any more dialogue. He does not. Bankard is rested and ready to set out. Rested? We just stood here in the rain. Have enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us to come to Meghadula at the earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. He is one of the last Allagan. Or the last? Or maybe not the last?
Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through.
We delivered Graha to the alchemist. They were not a little excited. What? Perhaps it was Nidhana's rescue that brought them joy, but given their fascination with Estinian, I'm not quite sure. So they were not a little excited. So that means they were very excited. Like, too excited, one might say. He is sort of a time-traveling, crystal power-imbued Allegan, ancient, technologically advanced race, multi-classed tank, healer, and range DPS catboy. So I don't know. He is a few things. That is for sure. Those giraffes look so weird. Is someone killing these hunt mobs already? Are people already doing level 90 hunts a day after launch? Because this guy keeps moving around. And I imagine it doesn't just like despawn and move around. It has to be killed to move. I don't know. These... You know what? Fine. I'll do it myself. New glare, woohoo! It's so fast. Shong Wang. Shong Wang. It's so incredibly quick. Flap. Hit with your freaking head. This is a bonus XP fate. You know what? Why not? It is a pick up the flowers, looks like. Where's my beautiful purple sun? Wow. I'm definitely gonna miss the sound of the previous glare. So open world enemies still give XP. Those telegraphs thought Wildstar was back for a second. Feels bad, man. Oh, you may have just missed the boss I just did, Harry. If you wanted telegraphs, then yeah. The boss at the end of the first dungeon of Endwalker is was a little telegraph forward. I got hit by a handful of them as well. How many do I have? 12. Probably should be enough for max whatchamacallit? Participation. Big glare spam coming in. Oh god. Oh, it's a tank getting them all together. Ouch. Doing fates in new zones, there's so many people. What turn these into? Sajabat. Hello. There's a mask on. 14. Should be plenty. Progression didn't bump up that high. I cannot zone into the city while this is still going on, otherwise I won't get any rewards. That red mage do be running around in circles. Trying to target you and you're just running around. That should definitely be enough now. Other people have to turn in. I've delivered freaking 17. That should be plenty. What the hell Reaper stick is that? Deep gold sickle. Justinian here at the gate. Go wait for that fate to finish. Only 91%?
With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted.
Hello, my purple child. We're waiting on that fate to finish. Because then we'll get the XP and then we can go in. I just don't want to risk zoning into this next city area cutscene stuff and then getting nothing. Byong, 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 byong. 25 seconds. Byong, 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 byong. What the hell instruments are being played right now? There it goes. Blam. 300,000. Sure. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry station at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Okay.
Though I have been to Radz-at-Han before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. Don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others.
What a dingus. Literally one of the most him and Graha are both wicked overpowered characters. But he still do be a dork. All right. It's a little maze-ish. There's like an underlayer. This is a big staircase, goes to the upper layer here. This leads to this internal corridor, I suppose, and this is the way up and around, and this connects here as well. It's a little maze-like. I can't unsee this little face right here, though. It's like 2 eyes and big cheeks and a big tooth in the middle. That's what my brain saw. Good job. Now I've ruined the Radz-at-Han map for you. Ah, Master Bay, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megha-Aduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radz-at-Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the aetheryte disabled. Oh. So I can't even get the main aetheryte for this zone yet. That's fair. Get to come back here later with more story as moved forward then, I guess. As such, I'll provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paksa's path. Proceed to the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Ruveda Fibers. But then you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance.
In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough.
What a dork.
You heard the sentry. We head up.
Right? You gotta look around for the extra dialogue for Stinian. But some over here. Hell yeah. Which is definitely away from the stairs. This is the freaking treasure dungeon. Discuss the sumptuous portal.
Oh yes, I know of this portal. It leads to a nearby island, the treasure vault of one of Radz-at-Han's wealthiest families.
Wait, were we plundering their vault when we do treasure maps? It was the Stormblood treasure map. The 7D full party.
They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say.
Ah.
There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one, and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It's a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest.
Although there are new portals, so this one might not be the same connected point. It might be the new Endwalker one. But the Stormblood level 70 full party portal is also has a section that is all like Radz-at-Han themed. So I wonder if I should go around with like not go the way it tells me to. And I wonder if there's more random dialogue with Estinian. There's always someone running around as nude as you can. Yeah, they progressed the story enough to attune. Because I could have tuned to the small shard on the way in. What in the heck? The high crucible. They are known for their alchemy. Very Final Fantasy color aesthetics. The room is a bit big and yet full of nothing, almost. That is some of the structure and stuff in this game. Things sometimes are a little big just to be big. Just to give you that sense of scope and scale, I guess. That's a quest point. Yep. So hold on a second. Materia Master. I just noticed that. Is that just for trading in materia, or is there another place to is a melder? That's fine. Vendor. Yep, that's just an exchange. Huh. So the only place to transmute is still back in central Thanalan then. No other transmutation anywhere. Yeah, I can attune to the small shards, just not the actual aetheryte. Radz-at-Han is definitely very unique. There are other zones that also have their own uniqueness, but just the inspirations for this zone, it's going to be a lot of social space. Like, I have all player names turned off right now, just because some people are using their player name to do spoiler crap because they have tiny PP. But so basically, if you see NPCs have the green name, but if you see a character standing around that has a name, doesn't have a name, like these are all players. Well, that's a minion. These are all players, though. Oh, so there's a hunt vendor here. I haven't done the quest yet. This will be the exact same board in Sharlayan, then, would it not? Or are there two different hunt boards in this zone? They're not exactly connected. Is this door also open? Oh, that's super awkward. There's a door here, and there's a wraparound to the balcony there. This also cuts through on the other side. Let's go, Athenian. We got run. Meh. He doesn't jump, though. This guy just holding 3 giant carpet rolls. So this way, this is really steep. These chunks are pretty steep. The Yuj. YUJ. I love the colored brick. Because the colored brick is very real. Like, there are places in the world. Oh, where the heck? Is there 2 different staircases over here? Or is the other one is to go down? I guess I probably should have gone to get that aetheryte while I was up there, but we're already going back down. Oh, it is a side corridor next to the stairs. Yeah. Oh, Girabanya and Kagane? Okay. So there are other cities that have hunt boards that are shared because it's the zone, but you can go to either or to pick up stuff. This is the Hall of the Radiant Host. Such a cool look. It's all just sort of built into the mountain too. We're almost there, Estinian. We did wander all around to see if there was any more random dialogue with you. We're gonna have to go back around because we have to go to that other checkpoint, essentially. But you grab all the aetherites the first time you're here, and then whenever you come back to a certain location, you can just jump around that way. It's definitely a quest right there. You can always tell where MSQ is taking people as they're just standing around in cutscenes. Excuse me. Looks like there's two different ones here. Two different cutscene locations anyway. So we are technically where we're supposed to go, but we are... we went around our ass to get to our elbow. Such a neat style of just everything, the colors and many aura here. These elephant boys just carrying around the big carpet drape rolls is it's great. Those would be heavy. Heading to the Maghaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at an entrance to the airship landing where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps on either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda fibers. But you're free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way.
Quite an ordeal to get to the satrap's residence. There could stand to be one more obvious route, like the one to the vault or Kragani Castle.
There is a lot of labyrinthine-esque... Oh, more dialogue. There we go. I can almost smell this room. This is very much like a if you know, you know. If you've ever been to a warehouse, like a stocked warehouse that sells like bulk stuff, but you're in the carpet textile section, kinda. You know what this room smells like. Discuss the vibrant textiles.
Ah, Thavnairian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread and the blue, of course. He loves his blue.
Aw.
I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. And if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally.
Yeah, there was a Twitter thread talking about, is Estinian homeless? Which makes sense and is also sad. We have lost our way momentarily. These cross stairs hook over here, and yes, okay, sure. Bam, bam, bam. Hello. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice.
The state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Meghaduta.
It's more like Meghaduta, but probably Duta. You gotta roll it. Oh, in that case, let me direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and continue straight ahead and cross the bridge. You cannot miss it.
Confusing as it is, you'd think they'd intend to make a maze. You think they intended to make a maze out of Radz-at-Han. Kagane was flat, at least. If you became lost, you could head to higher ground to get a lay of the land.
Well, it's like a defensive thing, too. For whatever reason. I mean, this would be a nightmare scenario to have like a ground battle in. So it has those properties, I suppose. Giant hamster guinea pig bird things. So weird looking. Discuss the Dharma.
Oh, I remember passing by here with Varshan. Situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you'll have to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful.
Yes, those things. Squawk, squawk. Yep. The big weird hamster chicken that you also ride on like a horse. I have a hard time believing that that weird chicken hamster is sturdy enough to carry a 5'10" bun boy. Or before, when I was like a 6.5 foot tall lizard man. I don't know. There's also a quest there, it would seem. Definitely got a lot of Aetheryte points, but they're not connected all the way because we can't actually Aetheryte port here. We cannot actually take the main one. Is that Mia I see? Greetings and welcome to Meghaduta. May I inquire after your business?
We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come out of an invitation of His Excellency.
Of course. We have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you will please follow me. Well, that was a detour regarding the city. All right. Yes, am dragon. Because reasons. There's Catboy on his feet.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Is this Dulcime's stage? I mean, it might as well be. But no. Also, different game. Also, shut up. This is Dulcime's stage. What are you... Definitely has that sort of aesthetic.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
Oh no. What does that mean?
One becomes accustomed to the taste,
Although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
Hmm?
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radz-at-Han.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the high crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radz-at-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Yay. Oh, hi Tia. The delay on that was so much. Oh, did you get to actually put that in chat? Yeah, he's right there. He's doing things.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Little bit.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind.
Okay.
Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Hit him with the nod, then you're
we
in.
must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Yeah, that's me.
Prithee, a moment.
Mm-hmm.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect.
That's me.
The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Midgardsormr and I have crossed paths. Yes, he did save me from an intergalactic space robot alien computer. Because Final Fantasy. that is a thing that did happen. A little bit more goes on than that, but that's the brief description of it. That's a hella cute face. There's only a handful of faces for them, and you can't really do too much to do it. They the bun boys are rather pretty. So I tried with like the scruffy eyebrows and the darkened eyes and stuff to make him not like like an underwear model or something, but
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's real wind too many
True.
Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Hmm. 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 Double. Hmm. God damn it.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
It's a little foreboding, Vritra. We'll see. Little foreboding. Yep. They heard it too. Harshafon's moment was pretty sad. I have a feeling we're about to experience a much sadder moment and or moments, though, soon enough. Well, soon enough, I guess, within the next week. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So, what were you and Vritra talking about? Dragon stuff. Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the high crucible. Let's catch up with them. Bammo. That's chunk of footage number 12. Okay. Onward to chunk 13. Get some Archon loaf for this. Oh boy. Like his sister Tiamat, Vritra is possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they're on our side. The color of joy. Alphino has A mind joined to join the others at the high crucible. Baked with either fish or vegetable flour, this fluffy loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritional standpoint, wholesome indeed. It's bread made with fish flour. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the high crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Yes. Big sprint energy coming in. Blech. Hello. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms. Grown a stone's throw away from the satrap's residence, it gives it the quintessential Thavnairian flair, don't you think? From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Got a full emo crypt lurker reaper going on here. Hello, twins. The word Yoj apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all others to the city. If we managed to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the high crucible, or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then ascend the steps. Good grief. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radz-at-Han. The architecture and decorations even make it harder to get your bearings. Anyway, that's where this door takes us. It's a little confusing, but it's basically just left, right, or straight and up. Not too bad. Big city built into a giant mountain face. Hello. Ooh, seems we're on the right track. There's a lot of these Reaper gates around, because if they don't take the gate back, they just close, but they can still use it as forward movement. So I've seen quite a number of them just blobbing around. It's pretty funny, actually. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far, so good. And there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The high crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. The larger of two doors. That was a huge jump. Well, there's no doors here, but I get it. Hello, everybody. Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. The students have previously turned to Radz-at-Han's alchemists to help with analysis of various artifacts. That is how I became acquainted with Nidhana. I'm glad we could rescue her and pray she makes a full recovery. I'm quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the aether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. Think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order? Hamsa cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps. Maybe. Justinian, why are you brooding over here in the corner?
As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, his scales found their way into the hands of the firmament's artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's no surprise that they were coveted. Still a strange legacy for the vengeful worm.
Oh, it is a strange legacy, just the fact that he's just being turned into armor? I mean... yeah, kinda. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder? Couldn't tell you. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
This is the Endwalker theme in the background.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Good grief.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah, what the heck?
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Excuse me. Yes, indeed.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Yep.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
Fair.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidhana? What the heck? This is allowed? Hello? Elephant lady?
You're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
Mm-hmm.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidhana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Graha.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Aw.
The talisman? Is this true?
Her big wide-eyed elephant. It's so silly.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Aw. Nani?
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
So what?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Okay.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
It's dark matter.
The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Usually by the time that I've done spamming glare for about 3 or 4 minutes, yeah?
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Neat. Yeah, what the heck? Sage weapons have multiple different sheathing patterns on your back. I've seen 3 different patterns depending on the size and style of the new liths. That's what they're called. There's like a flower pattern with small ones. There's the descending all down your back ones. And then this one is the 2x2 like Alphino. It's crazy that no one else has different sheathing, like sitting, resting animation. It's very cool. Well, it's also very cool, of course, if you're just hanging out there in internet land, is the like button on YouTube is helpful. If you haven't already, I would appreciate it. If you're just enjoying hanging out. I know my schedule today got all kind of flim-flammed up. We're still going to go until midnight to keep at least a semblance of what the plan is and or was to do 2 to 12. And hopefully tomorrow I will be able to be live earlier than today. Today I was in queue for 4 hours and 50 minutes or something ridiculous. I was in queue for quite a long time. So I will start the queue process tomorrow roughly an hour earlier, because I definitely wanted to keep working through the MSQ, but I was unable to even log in. So this is why you don't want to play? Come on, Tia. How am I enjoying it so far? I mean, it's great. I really have only done so much because this game is rather dense. But since I'm sort of budgeting myself, at least for this first week of launch, only 10 hours a day. Basically, I'm only playing the MSQ when I'm streaming. I'm also sort of recording all the raw footage in case I wanted to edit anything. The story so far has been really good. Well, you could play other things at the time, but the game is just growing in popularity like ridiculously. See, here's no. Oh, that was another scholar with a different way that the his stuff sheaths on his back. But I mean, it depends on what server you're on. Some servers are worse. I had to sit through roughly a 4,000 or so person queue, so it was, yeah, almost 5 hours long. But there are other servers that have twice as long, so it could quite literally be half a day to log in, depending on when you start trying. Normally in the evenings, though, like, or the more, you know, degenerate hours, it actually is incredibly light, because I logged back in yesterday at like midnight, 1 a.m. for just some roulettes and stuff before I went to bed. And was it that late? Well, it was earlier than that. I can't remember. But it definitely wasn't during like afternoon to early evening, late afternoon time frame. I logged back in and it was only like an 80-person queue. Took like 5 minutes. So it didn't take very long. Also, we're not in this room. We're just outside. It said the Valdesian Annex, but I guess yeah, we're just outside. Okay. I couldn't see Kryl in this swath of people. Yes, Kryl. It's good to be back with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have to build. We have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Speak with Ojika. Welcome back, Bay. Kryl has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Yep. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. Direform entities? So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Sure, I guess. We'll go to the... Well... That is a him glam right there. If you know who him is. Yeah, give me that Archon loaf. Let's go. Heck yeah. No, it's white now, though. Somewhat dimmed petals. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Take heart and protect them well.
The dragon do be talking to me. Also, who be this? What the hell?
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested.
Yeah, what the
Only the finest dining from the last stand.
This is adorable. Oh, they're bags. They had bags of lunch. Dinner, I guess? I don't know. Pizza? Yo, there's freaking Supreme Pizza. Oh my god. Graha's got a giant burger. It's as big as his freaking torso. This is comically large food. Alice, it doesn't like pickles? What the heck?
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you."
Yeah, that's how he talks.
I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
The Last Stand isn't that bad, though, apparently.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
That cookie's as big as Kryl.
To perfect his brooding stare. Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
That cheeseburger is too big.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Yeah.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
He's a dork. What is he eating right now? Oh my god, Graha.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
Oh, how the hell did he find out about that?
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
I'm so distracted by the giant cheeseburgers.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radz-at-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils.
What the
Though
heck?
I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Look how big those macaroons are.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Ah.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. He's short cat boy. My ass, we ate all that food. There was like 6 sandwiches. And burgers as big as an entire torso. And pieces of pizza as big as a... What the... Kryl ate all of it. Actually, it was probably Alizé. Her cheeseburger mysteriously disappeared from one shot to the next. Somehow. I don't know. It's continuity, but it's so ridiculous. Are we pushing on until dawn? Shall we call it a night? You do know these are my quarters. That's saucy. No, we're pushing on until dawn. No. Should we call it a night? No. Let's all night. Let's go. Break out the halo.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Well, how did Graha just notice the pickle on his plate after like an hour and a half of eating? Also, green. Green's normally a bad oh. Well, this is a mood changer.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
Okay.
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Our tower in Thavnair has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
Yep.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether.
Mm-hmm.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Oh, good grief.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome.
Maybe.
Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
I didn't know we were at like a poetry improv, Xenos. Gee, good lord. Where's the slow jazz music in the background?
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
Yeah, where like you need like the you need like the jazz snaps in the background for Xenos right now. This boy be monologuing.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more.
That's a little sassy.
I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
You want to blow up? How is that something that anyone else can enjoy? What? Hey, baby, am I missing something here about enjoying being de-atomized by all matter and just exploding? I don't understand. I don't. Maybe that's just how Fandaniel gets his rocks off, and or his entire being. No idea. I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for our late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a good world of good to put those troubles to one side, if only for a moment, and eat a cheeseburger as big as my entire torso. That could do it for you. I mean, good caloric load there, I guess. Oh, that actually ended the quest. Interesting. Like, accepting that spawned that cutscene that ended the quest. That doesn't happen very often. Where to next then, Kryl? Sound the bell. School's in. All right, we will start this one up in just a moment. I am going to run to the restroom. That door is going to keep opening and closing, isn't it? Uh-huh. Wait for it. Uh-huh. Wait for it. Yep. Yeah. There's so many freaking people. Just leave the door open. Kickstand it. Kickstop it. Whatever. Just wait a moment. Wait. Yep. Holy crap. There's so many. So many people. Yeah, the stuff will. Oh, nice back of the head shot, idle cam. Really nice. Just back of that guy's head. Mm-hmm. What else you got? Oh, that's nice. It's also really far away. Dude, iCam is crazy. I'm like way up the hill, up behind that tree. Oh, they're running. Yep. All right. End before butt shots. I'll be right back. I'm going to the restroom.
Duh. Look at the red panda.
Hey, that's me in the background. Very much out of focus, but that door has been opening and closing over and over again, hasn't it? Just non-stop. Bow, 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 bow. All right. Sound the bell. School's in. Kryl and Grahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholarc Montenay and thank him for coming to our rescue at the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for your Stola and the others, I thought now would be the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenon. The phenomenon and the nomenon are the two different building names. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a while. There. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Can you guys hear that outside? Is that a freaking like car or something? What the heck? I do have my window open because it's cool outside. Unlike some of the Scions, I am not an alumni of the studium. As such, I have no acquaintances there I am obliged to visit. And while I would love nothing more than to pore over the great many tomes of the phenomenon, I fear my presence there would stir up more unwanted trouble. So, for now, I'll be patient, much as it pains me to do so. Oh my god, this freaking door. Oh, is Alphino practicing? Very cool. If Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I. I had to just plop this little target dummy right here, just right next to this for him, huh? Heading out for a stroll? Well, the scholarc himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him. Though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium, I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people worrying over all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less, the wonders never cease. Your alma mater, you guys are both like 17. What? How old? What the? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. It's like they're talking about like graduated college or something. They're both still like teenagers. The very tail end of being one, but still. But I imagine schooling in this universe is a little bit different. They're also elves, so... Yo, look at this. Look at that Lalafell. Just posing on the side of the road there. And look, there's another one. They're everywhere. It feels like only yesterday that we walked through these doors. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Thavnair. Correct. I can't look that high right now. It's up higher. Of Thavnair the Scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlian itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studium. Yeah, way up there. between my ears. So wait, Tia, if you're hanging out, you just don't care about spoilers? Because there was a couple cutscenes a little while ago that were pretty story rich. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Other than getting the Aetherite currents. Or Aether nodes. Aether shard. Aethernet. While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories. DD! Get out of my laboratory! Testing grounds for experimental magics and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomenon, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. Yeah, okay. Alright, that's fine, Tia. I was just making sure. I mean, the spoiler tag is in the title and the description. So if people are hanging out, then they're either ahead of me in the story or they don't care. That's fine. And then, in the 436 years of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless fields, standing proud as Shirley's foremost educational institute, said Alize Ann Kryl, as Alize does her patented finger point to the air to your right move. Nailed it. Owned, 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 owned. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. He's 17! How old was he when he was giving a tour to new students, and how young were the new ones? 4? What the heck? Is this allowed? Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating center. What in the frick? How long was he in school? He's 17. At least they were 16 at the end of Shadowbringers. I don't know how much time has technically passed. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Less of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. Oh, there's the joke. There it is. Alize did just call her brother a master debater. Moving on. In all respects, have I ever been in a shadow, if nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Olivier began. You should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades, how hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcomed here than when we were in the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino. With a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Okay. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholarc Montenay. Or is it Monteshane? Monteshane. Not Montenay, Monteshane. Because Chaigne would be Shane, I believe. Other facility, I mean, I don't remember his name. There's a lot of big words in this expansion so far, and I took the SATs a long time ago, so screw that noise. I mean, if you remember every single detail from all the different points of the entire MSQ, considering we've gone through 700 plus quests in the last 6 months to Stora, then, you know, more power to you. But yes, there was many notes slowly evolving and telling stories of how and what they've done. But the issue is they're still 16 going on 17 years old. I mean, I imagine time moves differently here, and that doesn't matter in our understanding, but maybe it does? I don't know. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. He do be a bit of a prodigy, and that's why his attitude was so crap in ARR, because he was just a kind of a stuck-up, spoiled brat. Oh, there's a script exchanger here. Would you look at that? But I'm not referred via the House of Splendors yet, so rip. That was Alphino Levier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levier? Oh, good lord. He's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Well, he's not wrong. He's out of line, but he's not wrong. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the scholarc. Yes, knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alapo? I have an itch. Should have a better idea. Alapio? Oh my god. He spoke to me. He actually spoke to me. It's Alphino himself. This is ridiculous. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the scholarc has concluded. The scholarc? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have to do anything with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Levier's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Oh my god. Look at his face. It's pretty good. It's bad enough during our school days, and Alphino's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them with, like, ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Alphino is a Redditor. My princess, my queen, so long as I continue my research with you, I am in bliss. Who are you talking to? Who is your princess and or your queen? Also, Holy Doors Batman. Also, Tree. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? What the? Do I look like Aladdin? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? What the? I don't have a backpack. Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem, allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Nani? Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. I didn't get a chance to answer, but okay, please continue. And that's what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal here in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever a student or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pasaya, this, or Pasia? Pasaya? Paisa? Probably just Paisa. No double S. Tongue of Gigantode, that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. It's also Leviosa. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding.
What the fuck?
I should recognize her last name, but I don't think I do off the top of my head. I have an itch. I feel like I've definitely seen her last name somewhere. Or their last name somewhere. That last name somewhere. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the scholarc's whereabout. Or I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I am no gleaner. Oh no, is she her older sister? I should know about her. I've done her entire quest line, but she was also the first collectibles vendor I did, learning about the collectibles system. So that was many moons ago. But it makes sense that she immediately asks a question and then starts talking about and answering said question and then rattling on. That do be how her younger sister, I guess, would be. If they're related. Because that would be a connection point. Because you're not sure if they were related or not? I don't know. Yeah, I've tried out many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I am no gleaner. Heck. Yeah. Yeah, Aliafo, I believe. What, to look it up on the Wikipedia maybe? Or it might take some more story breakdowns? What you're telling me is you're not a gleaner. Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for the scholarc. I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him. They have to be related. Oh my... He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Wait, but where are we right now? Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts. Laboratory, Dini! Home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Right. Huh. My time is taking me to tell you all this. The scholarc has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Yeah, I don't know. The scattered brain back and forth talking yammer is sorry, Yama. What the heck? It's freaking Steve Rogers. Do you see this? Captain Rogers, are you... Oy vey. Okay, okay. Alright, moving on. Alright. Oh no, Ben is logged in. Hi, Kryl. Have you seen Steve Rogers? Unsurprisingly, the scholarc is not in his office. I did, however, speak with one student who saw him not too long ago, so he can't have gone far. Perhaps not. Ah, it's Steve Rogers. This is the door, right? Yeah. Oh, that cutscene showed me over here. I thought that was like the other part of the room. Apparently not. Also, sausages? I'll go for some sausages right now. Yes, the scholarc was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Thank you for the most non-Urianger answer I have had in this game. Right to the point, clean English, no SAT words, no rolling R's or T's. I feel like I was just here. I guess I was next door. Hey, look, it's Dark Souls man and anime protagonist man. And Steve Rogers. Bob, did you notice that the new liths that depending on which ones you are using, there are, at least I have seen 3 distinct sheaths on how they sheath on your back depending on the size of them. There's this one right here where they're sort of at this diagonal, and this other scholar is right here too where they're straight up and down when they're really thin. I also saw one that was in like a 4-point, like not diamond, but like a square on the middle of their back. No other weapon in the game has different sheath idle, which is just wild that for some reason they decided to make. I mean, if these all sheathed left to right on your back, they'd be like way floating off because they're so thick, right? So it is neat, but like nothing else does that. It might just be those 3, yeah, but yeah. Not sure about this obvious Crypt Lurker Dark Souls strength build sword and board boy, but he's got a yellow Gunbreaker sword. Oh, you've only seen those 3 as well? Yeah. All right, sir. I have found you. His dress is insane.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not called you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student.
Oh, wow.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, he even gave me the granddad wink. Let's go. Kryl gets it.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Yeah, what the heck?
Nothing, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
What?
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Because you're making an arc.
As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Okay. Kryl is just absolutely like, we're going to class. These are huge desks. What the heck? That's awkward. Yeah, okay, that might as well happen.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
I kind of want to hit him with the But I also wanted to be like, magic, dude.
Not entirely inaccurate, but nor is it the answer I was looking for.
Yeah.
That would be corporeal ether.
Yeah, when it's manifested.
This
Which
is
would
the
be
form
magic.
with which the layman is most familiar.
Want to see what he say?
Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Bdoink?
blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
I've seen that cutscene.
But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
That's a lot of big words, Grandpa.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil.
Okay.
You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldesion, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Okay.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo.
Yeah, Aliapo.
Among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Well then. Okay. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you are game, Kin Alipo would put your artistry to good use. As a blue-headed chicken? While scholarc Montague is best known for his role as head of the studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Charlian has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease at which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. That's a big Rogadin with fox ears. Some of my earliest memories are of scholarc Montague, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with tricks. Much like his demonstration with the paper and ink is a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studio in the first place. He does have a bit of that Gandalf and or Dumbledore energy. That is for certain. Oops. Wait, Bob, you lost your queue. Did you get 2002 errored or something? Is that what happened? Alright, what quest is next? A capital idea. Wait, 4004? What the heck error is that? Oh, here's a meme for you, Bob. Make you feel better. You know what, Bob? Here's 2 memes for you. You know what, Bob? Here's a 3rd meme for you. There are definitely quite a number of them. There are so many Final Fantasy memes about the queue. It's so good. That's pretty funny. Hopefully that those memes help you out there, Bob. All right, I think we have time for like one more MSQ before late dinner and then some roulettes and then bed to get back up and start the login process. I'm gonna check maybe 3 hours. I'm gonna wake up probably about 2 to 3 hours before I would start the stream tomorrow and get in queue potentially, because it's gonna be a Sunday and today was the 1 o'clock to what was it, 6:50 That was my battle with the queue today. Just absolutely bonkers, man. Very cool that so many people are enjoying the game, but also a little crazy. A capital idea. Kryl is still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Are you sure it wasn't the cookies that were as big as her entire head she was eating yesterday? No? Well, that has given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to the edge I'm about to break, to understand the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. On that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Kin Alipo, as the scholarc suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. There must be a quest here where you have to look around, because people keep looking around and completing something. And this is the quest to unlock the... Is it the crafter stuff, I assume? Yeah. That's the crafter series unlock, which I will do in, I don't know, a month. I'm definitely not doing that right now. Heckin' windy. And the water on the walls, that's how loud it is? Dang. Is that a French-made Reaper? Yep. So stupid. Hey Bob, look how not blinding New Holy is. Like, I mean, kinda, but also not really. It's a little more subtle, even though it's a more grandiose animation. But it is not a giant ball of white that explodes in the center of your screen. So that's nice. I have a feeling we are headed to Garlemald soon. Estinian returned not long after we departed for the studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the scholarc, or perhaps not.
Having spent most of my time in Thavnair, I have yet to fully grasp the lie of the lie of the land here in Sharlayan.
Isn't it Lay of the Land?
Even finding my way to the annex proved a challenge.
You know, okay, whatever, Dragon Batman. Seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholarc Montage's lecture to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. You better not let your guard down around Kin or Key. It's Key. My brain was like, "That's an N," and I was like, "No, it's not. Actually, my eyes saw an H." That's the Alipo girl. I need to. I mean, I'm not doing any of that side quest stuff right now. One small favor becomes another than another. Before you know it, you'll be running around the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Hey, I've done that before. Let me remind you of the quest you have to do to finish the Rabinaster New Game Plus that I definitely didn't just spam click through because I did not care. There was some cool animations, actually. There was some like actual keyed animation and facial stuff for that cutscene. Well, one of them. But boy, did I just not care. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace for your usual heroics, and as the scholarc said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. Hey, Graha, think fast. You know what, actually? Graha, think fast. I can't even move it off my screen. Ugh. Big star. Starman's waiting for some. The Lightyear movie is going to be pretty cool. All right, Raha, what's up? Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliances. Oh, damn it. I have it on. There we go. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. Oh, I gotta go see my queen? The time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's truly to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose your plan, but let us see what awaits us in Velbrund. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? What, you're a Chad? Blood of the dragon and all that? Armor of the dragon? Yes. Phew. Wait. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. They're bigger than your body. What are you, an ant? Are you able to lift 4 times your own body weight? Maybe Cryle's the Chad. I shouldn't complain, though. Vritra and the Alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I'd like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await a word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll still have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Irony. Not irony. Foreshadowing. Cryptic foreshadowing. There's already been like 3 or 4 chunks of that so far in this story. If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that will be precious little given the circumstances. So this is essentially the end of the Shirley and story and Kryle's involvement for some time. Shifting to other characters now. All the glams. So many glams. Much glam, very Final Fantasy. Now, where are we going? The docks. Very good. What the heck? What Reaper stick is that? The Kinna sickle? What? Are there already like boss soul weapons for Reaper? Are they Shadowbringer only, or did they backtrack some boss soul weapons? I didn't even check. Not crafted. It's not that I can tell. This is from a new book. Is it like early crafted Endwalker stuff, maybe? This is just the unlock quest for leaves, yeah? Yeah, it's just a talk to me. Yeah. Get leave quests. I mean, this leave quest to horse chestnut grinding wheel, man, that still gives 5,000 gil for one thing. But I guess you can't spam turn in, and there's no high quality bonus anymore, so it doesn't ramp the reward. So I guess there's that. That does have a lower impact or scale for spamming easy leave quests for all the gil. Speaking of leave quests, I am back to 100, so I probably should chew some up so that I don't lose their respawn rate. And I'll do those blue quests later. To Limsa for 300 gil. Why not? We'll take the boat. Just for a scotch of RP. That gate made an awful noise. Are we just going to the... Oh yeah, the Plaza Hall to go talk to my queen? What's Harry asking about where peanut butter is stored? You put it in the cabinet. You don't put peanut butter in the fridge. It gets too cold and then it's hard to spread. You don't put peanuts, like raw peanuts, in the fridge. What would make you put them in the fridge if you smush them? They're just smushed instead of being solid peanuts. Who puts their peanut butter in the fridge? That's crazy talk. Anyway, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seed Seer and the Sultana, three of the most powerful women in the world, in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them now? We're at all of them? That's cool. But also, what the heck? That minion bird is a little confused there, it would seem. Wrong, it goes in the pantry. I mean, cabinet, pantry, yeah. I mean, sure. Based on your image, there was no pantry shown. It was cabinet or fridge. The closest thing to pantry is cabinet. Because what is a pantry but a giant cabinet you can walk into? depending on your housing layout. Normally they're like, you know, floor to above your head. Anyway, so we're talking about peanut butter. Cutscene energy with 3 awesome characters. Let's go. Oh, not voiced. I am now Sag. It's Dryad Spirit Lady, Nanamo Ulnamo, and freaking Admiral Merylweb. Let's go. My apologies for calling you away from from Charlayan at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that with this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. Hey, it's Miss Beard. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During our time in Charlayan, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixtal, and the Anata have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. Though your triumph in Radz-at-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Talophoroi at bay, that's me, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart. Garlemald. These brave few will be the Isilbard contingent. Do you think such progress has been made in such a short span? Or so short a span, I guess. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They service the Talophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. Do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest that we simply choose to forgive and forget. Only asking that in choosing to remember, we do not only forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can agree. Our second subject is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, its anima, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor to what's yet to come. They're sucking aether and feeding it to different body parts of anima. Calling it now, anyway. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said for the Talophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtol's analysis of the tower's influence on aether or ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone, because they're feeding anima. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, though we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit, because anima is eating it. Have I made my guess clear enough, I guess? I don't know. Wouldn't be surprised in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that regardless once we have uncovered the truth. Let's go find it, shall we? We'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. Sorry.
That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way.
We want you and your scales to join the Isilbard contingent. Considered an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Only if Ian will give me a hug. A hug from that man, I'll do anything. Are we about to hit him with the 5-way nod? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory, for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Talofaroi. A little short. They probably all don't matter, but oh boy. For the people of Garlemald, I don't have any relationship with like any of them really yet, and all the ones we have are bad until we form new ones, so it almost feels like pretentious to say that. For honor and glory is flat. For revenge against the Talofaroi, yeah, I mean, sure. But I'm not like a revenge-based story. So, I mean, sure. You know what? Why not? Hit him with 1. Could have put it better myself. Ooh. The airship music. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive we could come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. I mean, have you read the script, Kane Senna? Have you read the script? It's the job action trailer music. Feels like you're riding the freaking high wind right now. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Isilbard. Rauban, and Lord Emmerich, are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Sir Emmerich, the second most handsomest person in this game?
Oh my god.
Second response to the same thing. Fair enough. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Talofaroi so much as draw steel. I should ask the storer about that. Apparently he's running around like a bathing suit, so it must not be that cold. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Yes, my queen. Oh, the 5-way nod. We got there. So stupid. Oh man. The freaking 5-way nod. Bigly. Pogs. Where we going? Alamigan Quarter. Just like that. Just poured across the whole world. Look where I am right now. Here. On the island of La Noja. I'm gonna go. Sure. Let's go. Notes are good. It's an outdoor city, so you can mount here. This city do be rather square, though. Oh my god. Quickly. Ah, Emmerich's here. Why is he wearing all that heavy armor? It's the freaking desert, my man. I'll admit, this is rather daunting. Though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best, the warrior of light, and, well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. There's a lot of people here. I must quiz Thancred and Arianjang on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? I'll need to keep my ears covered. They can be a bit sensitive at times. It's just...
If Emmerich asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord.
Oh, his hair? What the... Use the ponytail. What a dingus. Big Panda? Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go. Like a... They did not just call him a Jellicat. Like Jellicle? Jellycat? No. No. Swept up in the breeze. Just scarred for life after watching that live-action Cats movie. Rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. Is anyone else here? Someone is right there. A resistance guard. But there's a cutscene happening here because people are locked in cutscene stance. And here. And also apparently here. Good grief. Hello, Raubon. Everyone disappeared all of a sudden, just like... Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down the tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Just between us, there is a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Isilbard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid onto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters.
Can't please them all.
Sadly not, though I do my best, truth be told. I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best way we can offer you is a peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Isilbard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. We meet again. He-Man. I do not love He-Man. Oh, it's the lad. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wurlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. That's cool. I didn't know we would see Gaius, considering that his story in Shadowbringers was the trial story. It was good. It was fucking sad. But My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side.
So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this.
I do. To Lothlorien I have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place my entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Isilbard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of the former legatus and attempt to raise me to the position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. Deliver your people from harming your stead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot in Garlean soil. I understand. Merlin is in your hands. Yeah. Just be straight to the point with Gaius. Don't need to give him like a whole blah 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 blah. Just he's busy and whirl it. There you go. And I will defend it with my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Worlet intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. Fair. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. While I may not have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said, but I ask you to escort our friends inside. Let's do it, Maxima. Let's go to the cold Mordor. Because it's basically Mordor, but cold. Cold door. You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again, ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Thanks, Emmerich. High five. Just like crispy one. Ready? Yeah, there you go. Nice. Or seven? Or seven what? 7 high fives? That's a pink cowboy. Alright, hold on. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too. And the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. Oh my god, there's some materia going on right now. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I'll return to my duties here in Alamigo. As for our most capable... as many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will have to fight that much harder to make the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. This old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. A moment. That guy is going ham on materia right now. What is going on here? You don't have to have any materia slots. I mean, he's trying to pentameld. That's all that can be. He's just spamming to try to meld. I just got some materia for... Wow, really? 3 of the exact same one? Okay. Hello, Gaius. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimate it at your own peril. Anyone else here? Resistance guard? This guy's going so ham on the materia right now. Oh my gosh. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies above and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the Telophoroi. Well, before the squish, she did do about 1 million DPS by herself. So I would say probably a good ally to have against, you know, anything.
Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varys' murder, though I am rather less recognizable on sight.
How are you? You're a dragoon armor with a giant Nidhogg spear and white hair.
Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald.
You are such a just incomprehensible dork, Estinian. So, that's Gaius Balsar, the horrors he must have seen, many of his own making, I do not doubt. You want to do the weapons encounters? With the knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Isilbardian front. Indeed. Is that guy done pentamelding? Jiminy Christmas tree. That's everybody, I think. Yep. All right, Maximo. Best of the best. That's next up, but that is where we will start our next chapter. No, don't play back my own footage. I'm trying to rename it. It's the 14th chunk. We only went 4 chunks of story today, it would seem, I think. No. Yes? A few more than that, I guess. I didn't have much time today because of the server situation, so I'll definitely try to do my damnedest to get in queue at least 2 hours early tomorrow, because 45 minutes to an hour is clearly not enough. But alrighty. For those still hanging out, I appreciate it. If you enjoyed the shorter stream today, but that's just because the game do be busy. I appreciate you hitting the like button on the VOD stream things. That's helpful. But other than that, we'll be back here tomorrow, hopefully in and or around 2 p.m. Eastern. And we'll go for a longer segment tomorrow. That's the goal is to do 10 hours a day, but I did sit in queue for over 5 hours today between errors. The errors also, great camera angle, by the way. There we go. The errors are the big part of it, because if you don't catch them fast enough to re-log, you lose your place in line. So I got down to like sub 1,000 and then lost my place in line because I wasn't at my desk, and then went back up to like 4,800 in queue. It was rough. Rough. Well, I am both A, hungry, B, have roulettes to do, and C, don't want to stay up too late because I want to be able to sleep and wake up early enough to start the queue again. So more on that tomorrow. More on that tomorrow indeed. But alrighty, I'm gonna get out of here and go eat and finish my notes. But I'll see y'all back here tomorrow.